Alright, we're following this assassin dude.
Ove.
What now?
I'm here for Malleolus. Who might you be?
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me.
Then go through you, I shall.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
After everything we've built.
Why does he know how to run away? After everything I've built. You hear that? Sentius. He knows. So Sentius is able to teleport too. After everything he built. Oh, I didn't heal this time. So basically, telling the assassin the truth ends the game.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. See you again.
So pretty much, he becomes a sinner. How do I use this?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Does this guy move? Check it out. I robbed the secret room. Because there was a statue in the way, I couldn't get in here. Look at that. He whispers an inaudible prayer. Well, I'm rich now.
Salve, friend. Of course. What did you want to know?
Right. So that gold statue that comes to life and shoots you gives you a lot of money. Yep, money respawns, so I'm infinitely rich now. Well, I'm quite happy to just live out my days now. I don't really care about anything else. Did I get healed, or is it just... I guess the vignette thingy's gone. So all of these statues turn into
You,
bad...
Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree just as the ocean, but it does.
So I just robbed this room's treasure. And now I got like $1 million bucks, 5 grand. That means I could rob this one too. It's funny how you could steal and cause the world to end.
Ah, and you... Nice.
Alright, let's not trigger that assassin. I'm gonna finish talking to this guy, because we never did.
Greetings and salute. Greetings. I'm Georgie. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will. Shh! Not so loud. What are you playing at? Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Ah, it is a long story. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out.
That's what I said. Why hasn't anyone done that yet?
They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt, made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
Ah. So basically, he said he hears through them and sees through them, which means the gold statues are watching you.
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus.
That's how the seasons work.
If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing." It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act. Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not? That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
All right. I've never been up there at all. Okay. Well, let's go tell the doctor lady. I already had that loot. So she's gonna die if I talk to her. Unless I get this guy's, resin. I kinda talk to him.
Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it. Salve, stranger, and welcome. Certainly. All I ask... Oh, you have it. I'm impressed.
Hey, Zahere's Elephant. This is a, very interesting
Pleasure
game.
doing business. Can I help you with anything else?
It's
Very
like
well.
a,
Another time.
mystery and a time loop. Also, I failed my quest because it said to steal. So basically, you're a modern day citizen like us, and you end up in a world of the past. Look, it says steal it, but you don't have to. You can literally buy it. What's funny is my money didn't go down. Kinda weird, huh? You don't have to steal. Yeah, it's like everyone's resetting. And when you do a crime, so say this is a treasure chest and I rob it, the world will go like all messed up and these gold statues will come to life and kill you, you know? So it's like, the rule is, it's called the golden rule. And basically, if you don't break the rules, you can, live on. And if you break the rules, the world resets. It's very strange. And you're basically trying to figure out what's going on.
Here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cumulatus Decius won't give it to me.
And I have it, because I learned of this, and then the time loop happened. Yeah, if anyone causes a crime, you've got to run back to the start, to time loop.
What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you.
So it's quite fun. It's really unique.
Hopefully in
Lot of
a moment
talking
she
there.
should be able to breathe.
Lot of
normally.
talking.
That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle? Look, if you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself.
Kind of want to say I'm a time traveler just to see what she says.
Maybe she can tell us who
Might
poisoned
do it.
her and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black
She
eyes.
poisoned herself.
In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
So you wouldn't know why
That's a
she's poisoned, but I know because I learned, like, you learn, like, I chose the best way to start this game. A guy killing himself. And then the golden rule didn't happen. You think, oh, suicide should be illegal, but it's not. Alright, I'm just gonna do the time traveler, just because I think the
What?
dialogue's sometimes
You
funny.
hope with that. A what? I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. I think it's your accent, because it sounded like you said time traveler. But whatever kind of traveler you are, that was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she
So
meant
she
when
ate,
she was muttering about that
forgot what it's
snake's
called, it starts with
cruel
H.
black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
So there's a guy who kills himself. You find out why he kills himself, right? And then you find out this chick is poisoned. And then if you meet that guy who killed himself, he'll still kill himself because he made a pact to kill himself because of this girl. And so she made a pact to kill herself as well. So they both go through with it. But if you save her, you can save him. It's like a... You're trying to solve like all these mysteries and puzzles, and you learn just by playing.
You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia? Oh, I see. Well, what's the treatment?
Yeah, basically he's depressed because the girl he likes disappeared. She's tried to escape this place. You can't escape. It's illegal. And she disappeared. He's depressed. He needed money, so he owes debt. But because he owes debt to the higher up, he's basically a slave. And so he's not only a slave, forced to be a tall man or whatever, he also, his girl's gone, and so he's just miserable and wants to kill himself. And so...
Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time.
Pretty cool game.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
You're pretty much just trying to solve the
It should
quests,
settle Rufius down some.
and you learn more.
I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
And one of your main missions is to stop the other guy getting voted in, because if the other guy gets voted in, he kills the other guy. And if the other guy gets killed, it's illegal. So the game re-loops. So we're trying to solve all these people's problems so that they vote or unvote for the other guy, so that he doesn't kill the other guy. And
thank you.
all
I'm
of this
really
is,
glad
it's
you
running right
arrived
now. The
when
game's
you
running
did.
right now. So the longer I
That's
take
a
listening
shame.
to the text,
Thanks again for saving
skipping
Julia's
time.
life. Apollo smiles upon you.
yeah, very cool. And here she is. I saved her life. I better go save the other guy's life.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me.
I didn't know what to
suppose.
expect with this
Was
game.
there something you wanted?
It started off an Elder
Pretty sure
Scrolls
I'm supposed to
Skyrim mod,
rest.
and then it became standalone. And it was leaving Game Pass in like 12 days, so I quickly decided I got a few days.
As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The Golden Rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it.
It doesn't matter what you do to them, because if you do anything, they're gonna forget. Funny thing is, I haven't talked to the main guy yet. I've skipped it this whole time. And the other funny thing, so I've been trying my best not to break the rule myself, just out of curiosity if that changes anything. So I could technically steal money and stuff, but if I don't do it, I don't cause the loop to start, because I'm not committing a crime. So that guy, early on in the game, there's a whisper in your head. There's a whisper all the time, and it's telling you hints and stuff. And it told me to steal the stuff to save her life. But instead of stealing it, I paid him off, because there's a door that's locked behind a statue. When the statues come to life, I figured, why don't I run past the statue and go in the room? and it got me rich. So now I can buy the potion instead of stealing it, preventing me from breaking the golden rule myself. So I'm trying to not break the golden rule out of just for funsies. Otherwise, I'd rob everybody, and we would end this loop a million times.
Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga.
It is a lot of talking. There's a lot of lore. I have all the time in the world.
All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was?
Killing
Hemlock.
yourself. Yeah, hemlock. We'll do what's hemlock just for the lore.
It's a deadly poison made from a plant. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes, and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning.
That's exactly what I thought.
That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She set me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but...
What's kind of weird is...
Thank you.
I have to help her to help him. I'm gonna get right on it. So... I don't think she has any more dialogue.
Oh, it's you.
Okay, we'll do all her dialogue first.
No. I did hear from Ulpius that she disappeared.
Hopefully he doesn't
Very
jump.
sad.
I've not experienced
She was such
checking.
a lovely young woman. But I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months before she went missing, so I can't help you, I'm afraid. You mean my life story? Oh, well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a
What a nice
prominent
father.
merchant. It was a good life for a while, until 7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless, and it claimed everything and everyone. Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river, and then the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here. If that's your idea of a joke, it's not funny. Go away.
Oh. My bad. Oh, my bad. I didn't know you weren't allowed to ask. Ugh. The downfall is sometimes people get upset and you can't finish the dialogue. That's not funny. Oh no. Do I have to go through all the dialogue?
Oh. No.
Okay. We'll just skip it all.
You mean... Our priestess, Equitia, once told me it's the god's way of creating a city without sin. But if that's the case, then whichever god is responsible for it didn't think it through. I mean, all it really does is make bad people better at hiding their sins, and good people too frightened to stand up for themselves. I've seen Malleolus, Claudia, and Domitius make grown men cry. Romans. They don't cry easily. They've never physically hurt anyone. But the point is, they don't have to. They've got people running scared because everyone knows Malleolus is the favorite to win today's election. Really? Then I hope fortune smiles on you, friend. All right. Thank you again for saving my life.
Don't worry, you'll thank me later when I save the other dude's life. Okay, we gotta hurry. I don't know how long we got. We gotta get up there before he kills himself. And I've never been this way. This is all new. Okay, I'll talk to him after. We have to go save... He's not jumped yet. We've got time. He's alive. I can see him. I haven't been in this building at all, so this is new. And there's a lot of areas to explore. It's pretty cool. Alright, we're gonna tell this lady, move out the way.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia.
This is the same
Welcome
dialogue.
to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly... All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Yeah.
No.
Because it's
No,
looping,
no,
of
no.
course, they say the same thing.
Morpheus, what are you doing?
That's the...
What?
So he wants
Why
to
do
kill
you-
himself.
No, please,
I'm sorry.
please.
And he
help
doesn't
him.
want to live. So we're gonna talk to
Thank
him.
you.
Go on then, go ahead. I think he would jump if you did that.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this
So I
morning.
learned this last time I
If
played.
I backed out now, I'd be betraying her.
So I
can't
couldn't
do that.
save his life because I hadn't saved her life, but now I've saved it.
Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts. Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then?
Sure, why not?
You'd do that for us? A couple of
I made this
strangers.
money because I was smart and knew where a statue was hiding a door.
It seems today we're both
Sure, why not?
blessed.
I do like that, yeah.
This did not.
The dialogue's
turn
funny
out
when
how
it's
I
always
thought.
like,
Thank you.
there's no
for-
reason to say that, but why not?
I never thought people like you existed.
I know, me either.
Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back. Ah. And there it is.
I know how to make 4 grand every day, so money respawns.
All right.
So fortunately, I
Attila
can do
and
the
I were
same
in love.
exploit. It's not an exploit,
then
but
22 days
gameplay.
ago, she went missing. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus' villa, I heard a young woman singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I wasn't allowed out, so once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her. Standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa, I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful.
I wish the cursor
And
got off
then
the
she
screen.
looked up and saw me and...
Or the crosshair.
She smiled. I knew at that moment the fates had brought me to her, and from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, I knew I'd have done anything for her. And so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa and into her father's garden. We'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. Like having our own vineyard. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. They said she'd vanished in the night. All I could do was keep my head down and try to hide how beside myself I was. Scintilla was the one thing that made my life bearable. But with her gone, things unraveled quickly. You saw how bad it got. All I know is she loved me. And if she had known a way out, she would have told me. She'd never have taken her own life. And there's no way anybody could have killed her under the Golden Rule. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear her voice in my head, crying out to me. That can only mean one thing. Somebody abducted her. I have no idea how or who would want to do something like that to such a sweet, lovely girl. But what else could have happened?
Alright, man, you have a good one. Yeah, I get Valhalla for free through the Ubisoft Plus, so I try and play some. But the game is so big and never-ending. Fortunately, I finally cleared off like all the map. All I've got left is the main story, hopefully. Mostly. I still got a little bit of the map, but I tried. It took a long time, many years of getting it for free. I love how you can accuse him, but there's like zero reason to.
My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is without doubt the most evil man I have ever known. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa, upstairs, which is always locked. I've never seen the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the Golden Rule. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Oh, I see. That was the only idea I had. I'll give it some more thought. Come and find me a little later. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm thankful that you're here. Can I help you with something?
I'll be going now.
That's a shame.
See ya.
Another time.
Alright, he's gonna go help Yulia. We're gonna use the zip line, except I don't know how to use it. I don't know how to use it still. I know how to use it. Alright, there's a note here I just want to read. Seek a bow. Note from Naive. I'm locking myself in. Don't try to follow me. Nothing good will come of it. I'm hearing something in there. I'm learning where all the ammo is, so I can have a bow.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business is that of yours? Willow Bar. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all.
He's a Christian.
I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one. No idea what you're talking about. Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But It's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. And I know I said I owe you one. So I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Alright, we'll finish talking to him in a minute. We gotta see if, that dude is getting free now.
Thank you. Thank you. I am
Uh-oh.
delighted
Maybe it
and
already happened.
deeply honored to have been elected to Thank you.
I'm guessing he got free. I've never talked to him.
How did you get in there, you cheeky little sturkers?
Who's that? Oh, I guess we can finish talking to him. Since we can't find the other people.
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin.
Okay, I've seen this dialogue.
No. I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
I feel like we've done all this. I know the feeling. I've lived through a pandemic.
Then you know what
This is in the trailer.
I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it. That doesn't help me. No, I don't. I did hear a rumor that Aurelia, the tavern keeper, has been offering to sell a way out. But I barely have two sesterci to rub together. See you around.
Alright. Oh, there he is. Is he free? Oh, that's Lelia, isn't it?
Oh, it's you again. Is everything all right? All right.
Hey, what happened to the guy that I gave the debt to? Did he run off? Let's examine this. Oh, it's the fish sauce. Full of urine. They bleached and washed their clothes with ammonia using toilet water. So what happened to the guy that I locked? Isn't this open before?
Feeling all right? That's...
I don't know where that guy went, but he was meant to pay off the debt, and I didn't follow him, so now we don't know.
Sometimes I stare at the great... Welcome back. What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place?
Yeah, we know.
Really? How did you manage that? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Well, Malleolus is talking about my vote. Nice to talk to.
So why would I help him with that? I'm helping all these people with their quests, but they're not helping me.
This area is private. Please leave.
Citizen.
So what happened to the guy that was gonna jump off the freaking roof? I gave him my money. In fact, do I still have my money? Nope. It does take my money then.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there. Welcome back. Nice to...
I don't know where that guy went.
Alve.
Whoa. Hello.
A new face. Alve. Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed?
What happened to fire?
Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here? And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
What? How could you know that? And why are you talking to me instead of doing something about it?
Please, go and stop him, and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
So, do I get him... Do I tell him the truth?
What now? Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me. And they keep coming back, if you know what I mean. Whatever.
He told us not to go in the basement. I wonder if they locked her in the basement. We have never talked to this dude.
Fear is proof. What is it, citizen? Or...
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting Barbe... Oh, you heard about her disappearance, I take it. Oh, really? That commoner in debt bondage next door thought he could win over a magistrate's daughter. That's awfully bold of him. I can see why she worked so hard to keep it a secret. Quick, go and find him and ask him what he knows. Oh, I see. Well, it was worth a try, I suppose. Just...
I bet I'll
promise me
uncover
you won't give up
everything
on her.
in this next hour.
Thank you.
I feel like that's the time to...
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
I've never talked to the main dude yet. So I'm going to ignore him forever. Oh, there he is!
Shalom. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me. Well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so I guess you're looking for a pithy summary? You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and learn." Of course, what I want to know is, what kind of a god sees a young woman abducted and does nothing about it? Not my god. That's for sure. Thanks. I just wish there was a way to find out. I don't. But even if I did, I'm not going anywhere. I have unfinished business. You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family, Romanized my name and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins? You're right. I always just assumed the river carried me, but I'm not sure I was anywhere near the Tiber when I fell. I'm sure it'll all make sense if we ever get out of here. I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to. There are still 2 places I've never been able to reach. First, the palace. If Navia managed to get in, then I suppose Centilla could have too. The only other place you could be is somewhere in the Cistern network. I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper Cistern before he was locked up. So you could ask him about it, I suppose. All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
All right, he's free. We made him free. I guess I should talk to this guy now.
Citizen, we're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
I've never talked to him.
A curious name, to match a curious accent. I see you have the piercing and we're always happy. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned. We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the Golden Rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over.
I've never talked to this guy.
Is that about right? If so, what happened? Ah, I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered, and do better next time. Now, I assume you sought me out again for a reason.
We'll just ask him to talk about it.
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge.
What happens if he dies, though?
Bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well. If I did, I'd have led these people out of here already. I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question. Ask then. An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries. Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric? Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands. Of course, what else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well. On occasion, but our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm. You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that. Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion. Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you. Unintelligent, but it is. I'm glad you agree. The key things to remember are that we have laws forbidding treason and blasphemy, murder. I have made. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you? 2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please, tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
This guy has a lot of words.
Ah, so you know about that already. It's a devastating loss, of course, but that was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, it didn't break the Golden Rule, so I don't think it's connected with our imminent demise. Still, if you happen to find her and return her to me, I would be eternally grateful. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain.
Better not get to the election before I hear all
If you manage
this.
to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
Nope. Because I would have had to have been here to stop the thing. But I guess that's what a paradox is. Why not?
Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss?
Okay, we're not gonna make him mad.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
I'm gonna save. Just to see what the dialogue is, in case it, like, blocks me from talking to him.
I'll give the
Oh, I guess I can't. Oh, no, it's this one.
Do you... Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you, I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen. Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you.
Tip, these questions will be available later. What?
Good. Now...
Okay. I'm gonna ask him to release Dooley.
You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities.
I think it's because he's like
Here,
autistic
we see
or something.
That he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now.
But I need his key, buddy.
Of course. What is it? Why then did you say... it doesn't matter. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask? Thank you.
Alright. Let me quickly, see what happens when I do this one.
Well, if you stopped one person from breaking it and you're still here, then there must be someone else about to break it still. Allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the instructions came with a warning about paradoxes. The crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is impossible, you will have created a paradox. To illustrate, when the Golden Rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to prevent it from being broken. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and you will never have come here. A paradox. You see? The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If I can't summon you, then you can't be here.
So if I get a bow and I shoot him,
if either of those
it would
things
end the
were to
game.
happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original time, having changed the course of history for us, and yourself.
Which would end them.
So the fact that you are still here means someone is going to break the Golden Rule, and there is yet work to do. Understand? Excellent. So, it looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
This guy's nothing of what I thought.
Thank you.
Like, I ignored him the whole time, expecting a different person. But the fact that he knows how to, like, create a ritual and understand some of this is kind of funny. Okay. I can get more of this. He's cleaning up his graffiti. Maybe I can get the assassin to go in that little temple.
Help! You have... A man arrived in the baths. Real no... You have to do something. Thank... I have... What? All right, fine. Come up...
I gotta talk to her.
Did you stop him? What are you waiting for?
Alright, we got her to... She's going to her bakery, and I don't know where it is. I'm just gonna follow her. Oh, she's here. I'll talk to her. Hey, where'd that chick go? What? Is this her bakery? I literally turned for like 1 second and she's gone. Alright, let's see what they're having a discussion about. I need to get rid of the assassin.
Let me know when you've cleared the...
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Bye-bye.
No. He's actually the guy who's responsible for trying to save these guys' lives. Funny enough. Well, I'm gonna see what I can say to the assassin. So, that guy learned of a ritual because he knows if people break the rules, they all die. He learned of a ritual that requires self-sacrifice, so he has to kill himself to reset time. And we are the person who can use that portal. And so he understands that of this whole time thingy by reading that whole ritual stuff. So he knows, although he doesn't remember, he knows what he's doing. And he knows that we are meant to be the new person who tries to save the people from breaking the rule. Because their future, they're all gold.
Stop right there.
It's over.
I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Wow, I was gonna choose this. My idea was, why don't I send him to the little temple that's gonna cave in on him?
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
That's so funny. I wondered if you could just tell him to go in there. Okay, now the baths are free. I can now talk to the lady. So, this guy is some random assassin and he has a weapon. No one in this place is allowed a weapon. You have to lie. No, lying is not a sin. It's kind of funny. You have to, though.
Curse you, cultist.
So, like, it's not actually breaking the golden rule, but if I was to just... So what I did last time is I told him the truth, and it ends the game. It creates the golden rule, so... Oh. Wrong. Yeah, lying, being deceptive, none of that breaks the golden rules. So, you could say, I know a secret on how to get out of here, right? And the secret is killing yourself. And I told you to give me money to do it, and you can't afford the money. So you go to someone who has the money, knowing you can't afford it, so that you're indebted to them. We could work together and lie. And that's what happened in this game. So there's a person lying about how to get out of here. They're not actually technically lying, they're not being clear that their escape is alive. It's dying. And so the rich guy and her have set up a trap so that poor people or desperate people rent money from him, borrow money that they can't afford, and then they end up slaves to him. And her answer isn't technically a lie. Yeah, so it's technically not murder if someone accidentally dies.
Stop right
It's very
there.
strange rules.
I'm looking for Tiberius.
So if I say, this one here, he'll go straight to the guard.
I'm not sure I am. So, is that understood? You are... I would... Do you have any last words?
So if I do this stuff...
And there's a simple explanation for that. I lied. But if you want to know the truth before you die, here it is. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall... That's breaking the rules, because he's killing me. But lying is not. You're allowed to lie. You're allowed to manipulate words, twist words, loophole people. You just can't straight up punch someone in the face, stab them, you know. And you can't think about escaping. So, you can exhaust the dialogue line, but I don't want to because I have to reset and do all my chores again. So yeah, lying is fine.
I'm not sure
But if you tell the truth...
Do you have any last words? Well, I'd say that's rather convenient, since I was planning to kill you all anyway.
I just want to see his dialogue. I'll never choose these options because they're a waste of time. But they're fun to just see. Yeah, lying isn't a golden rule. Intending to kill someone incidentally isn't a golden rule. If you told someone to cross the road because they're blind and a car's coming, you wouldn't be murdering them. That's essentially how it works.
Is that...
Not sure why, but...
Do you have any last words? You'd... Now, once I'm done with you and I...
Okay, it's always the same. There's one more. Yeah, there's no reason to pick this. Because you know it's going to trigger the ending. Or the, game over for the day. It's a waste of time. But you want to know what happens anyway. What if you're wrong and it does do something?
Do you have any last words? As a matter of fact, I do. Once I'm done with...
Okay, yeah, see? It's the same dialogue line. So imagine someone who had to play this 3 times. I've always liked knowing what the dialogue options are that I don't choose, without having to actually choose them. Like, I got a bow. A bounty notice. All loyal sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute arsonist and murderer Tiberius Quintus Crispus, citizen from the Aventine district of Rome. He is about 40 to 50 years old, average height, average build, dark hair, one green and blue eye. Typically clean-shaven, associate of cultist, suffers delusions of grandeur. 10 arrows and $1. Wait, isn't the blue eye and the green eye? Yeah, it is Malus, or Malleus. Yeah, so when I first came here, right, you get a girl and she's like, I'm gonna go hide in this temple. There's an assassin here. And she hides in the temple and dies. Right? The next day comes. Tell her, don't you go in there. You can go in there and kill yourself too. It warns you not to do it. And so, after you learn that it kills her, you know that you can send the assassin there to kill him. And therefore, you can get a bow. Alright, this is a big lore plot here.
I take it you've cleared the way to
Basically,
the baths?
I'm trying to reduce how many times the world resets.
We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
We can't have people thinking we're bathing together. Why not? You're my favorite NPC of the female regions. She was one of the first NPCs I talked to. And I liked her.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Look at that, you can see under the door. There's a gold statue. Locked.
You look well, my sartorial friend.
Thank you. It's actually going to be nighttime.
Hello.
After nighttime ends, and it's the morning, the votes are going to go out. Alright, we're in the baths. For some lore. So when we started this game, right, we actually fell in this hole, came down here, and walked through here, right? But it had been 2,000 years. Because this is set in Rome. We are in real life, 2,000 plus years, whatever. So it's basically, this is how it looked in the past when they were all alive.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Charon. It was C-H-A-R-O-N.
Charon.
As in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly
That's what I thought it
deceased
was
cross
about,
the Styx,
Charon.
the river that
That's
separates
funny.
the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to
That's
make
sick.
sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It
They all
seems
died.
None of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final.
That's actually what I
moments.
thought it was.
It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if
That's
I can.
pretty cool how they made the story of Hades, yeah. Or Pluto in the Roman version. That's funny, because Karen, and she tells you, like, all you had was loose change. That's really well done, actually. I thought we all were dead. We all woke up at the river, and, like, the river Styx. We don't have our memory. We all just know we woke up at the river, and someone tells us to go to look for a dude. That's funny.
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these
Excuse
stories.
me, I know all these
Each
stories.
of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they
I know
always
Virgil's
involve
story.
The souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks.
Ironic, huh? Romans, like, steal all this stuff, but still use, their money.
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius
That's the Egyptian one.
meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In
He needs
our
to
case,
turn people to gold.
It seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not.
Man, all the stories happening now.
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld.
Dude, I need to take a leak.
Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra.
And Aeneas.
And Aeneas, a Trojan hero.
Aeneas
Hercules
is what I
was
know.
able to
I've read
leave
it.
the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate.
And so I've read.
It seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
So I know of. I read Virgil's Aeneid or Aeneid or whatever it's called, and he goes to the underworld, I think, to find his lover, meet his lover, and his lover was the spirit, I think, and she tells him like it's not his time, and she leads him back out. I can't remember. I haven't read it since I was 15, 16, 17, one of those ages. But it was sick. It was a really cool book.
It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, This place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried.
Yet, how come they are all alive? Shouldn't the golden rule have already been broken?
All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
I've always preferred the Greek pronunciations. I think the, like, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. I think all those are way less cool than, like, Zeus.
Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Ouch.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance.
I love how she's so willing to believe in time control powers.
I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole.
Heard of breaking and entering?
The answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base.
So I gotta find the
It looks
plaques?
as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover...
Bet it was
and
those
replace
Christians.
all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience.
There are a couple Christians in this area, and they believe in the one God.
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head. that
Pyramid head?
stands before the great temple.
Silent Hill?
A dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different
Roman,
style.
Greek, Egyptian.
Roman, Greek, Egyptian.
And another.
I don't recognize.
I wonder if that's a modern day one.
That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques. Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque.
My gosh, I need to take a leak, but I can't pause. I have to go through all the text.
Good question. To answer that, we first need to
Time's
ask,
progressing
who
while
would
I
have
listen to
defaced
this.
the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that.
Christians.
There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find it,
I think I've found it.
you might be able to recover the Roman plaque. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her. Or just take a look in his room.
Ask the old man. See, I failed it because I never had to ask her. It's kind of weird. I don't like this whole failure thing. It's weird.
You're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other three will illuminate the way. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic
I failed
deeds.
3 things by
So
skipping
they
them. It's
should
sick.
be taken with a grain of salt.
So choose your
First,
own success.
Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
I have.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
Wading against the current, her tears run through the city, and she weeps where the water flows. The cistern.
That is strange.
It's a cistern.
There are no rivers here. Let me think on that.
I already know what it means. Don't you hate video games?
Well, as far as I can tell, water flows into the city from an aqueduct into one of 2 cisterns, the upper cistern. If that's the current she's talking about, then perhaps you need to get into the upper cistern.
And I know who has the key.
I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the great temple is locked up tight. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, perhaps you can find another way in. Let me know if you find anything in there.
Sentius, okay.
All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
Oh my gosh. I'll talk to Livia first.
In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin.
Yes.
May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Okay, that was a huge lord dump, and I need to take a leak. And the problem is, time's been going on while I listen to this, so I'm now gonna be about to have another day reset. Alright, that's heaps better. So, this is where we fell in 2,000 years in the future. That's funny. I came in here and I don't remember seeing that painting there. But it could be that yesterday I just didn't look at it. Look, I got a bow. So... There's three things I have to do. I gotta talk to Livia, I gotta talk to the guy who wants the bow. But, before I do any of that, I have to know if this is an ending.
Citizen.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
There it is. A time paradox. I think the game crashed. Cool. See what happens when you mess with actual times? Yeah, it's actually frozen. It should be spinning. That's what happens when you really mess with actual time paradoxes. You're not meant to do this. The game crashes because you're meant to beat the game. But I created a time paradox. Yep, this game is real. It proves time paradoxes are real. Damn it. I have to restart it again. Oh, it captured. Cool. Right. Let's hope all my saves are still here.
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying.
What's going
No
on?
idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed.
What's
And
going
before you
on?
ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts.
Go on.
Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues?
Look, you can tell him the truth.
And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out.
He knows.
Supposedly, one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches.
Midas' punishment. Everything he touches turns to gold.
All those riches between the two of us. Half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested? Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not?
Let's find out why.
Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
Her name is Aphrodite. Just kidding. It's Artemis. I want to say not really, just to hear it, but I know.
Good. Then none of this should be a surprise to you. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you know what.
It's really annoying not having his face, but...
Oh, gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away.
Man, we're gonna have to look at this the whole time.
Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence my proposal. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence in you. When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger?
Archaeologist insight. So, you get to choose your build at the start of the game. Run speed 25%, an AR with 10 rounds, or 50% damage resistance. I chose Archaeologist Insight, which is law.
Only because he was silly enough to get caught.
So Prometheus getting caught for eternity punishment is his fault because he got caught.
So, are you in, partner?
If you don't like action or horror elements, feel free to decline. We love action and horror. Those are the two things I thought this game was going to be.
Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment. And here we are, a gold leaf bow.
My immersion is so ruined right now. Whoa, there it is.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Cool. Uh-oh. It's about to be daytime. Quick. Let's get our golden bow before the...
Well, my sartorial friend.
Whoa, there's a beehive. You think I should shoot the beehive? Sorry, I have to do it. Oh. Alright. Remember... Hey! Hey! Hang on a minute. There's something I gotta do first. What's the time? 11:57:29. Before we go in there, I need to do this paradox. I just have to see the ending.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Okay.
Don't be so foolish. If you kill me, we all die. Allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the instructions came with a warning about paradoxes.
He talked to me this time.
The crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is impossible, you will have created a paradox. To illustrate, when the golden rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to prevent it from being broken. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and you will never have come here. A paradox. You see? The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If I can't summon you,
I've had this
then
dialogue.
You can't be here.
I know.
If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original time, having changed the course of history for us and yourself. Indeed. Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Rethink this.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Look, they're all getting killed. Okay, please don't crash. I want to see what happens. So this is like the short ending. You could get this in like 2 minutes. This is kind of like spoilers.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
The guy that we came in to find?
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina and murdered a local magistrate, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statues sprang to life, firing arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light.
Weird, that definitely wasn't me.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God,
I have
why
his
does this
suicide
writing look
note.
so familiar. I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess. So what you're really saying is, you brought me back from the dead to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out and never found one. I can't see how I could possibly find one now, so it seems like we're both gonna die here.
I regret nothing.
How can you say that? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. It's only a matter of time before we join them. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius multis dolabunt. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ending 1 of 4. How many might have survived if you hadn't killed Cyntius in cold blood? Escape to continue? That was awesome. Oh no, don't make me watch the credits. I'm sorry. Changed my mind. Oh, thank goodness, they let you skip it. It's only made by like 4 people, so that was a good ending. Basically, we stopped that guy from killing himself, only to go back in that place to die. Brilliant. Alright, 11. Uh-oh. I think this is safe to do. This one here. Alright. That was a fun little ending.
Greetings and salutations.
Honestly, it sounds pretty good to live here. A large statue of the ancient Roman goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld. Oh. Hang on. I didn't know it was stealing. I was actually trying to read it. So, stealing the bow is stealing. Damn, is there no way I can't break golden rules? Oh, they're watching through their eyes. They're looking at me. If we turn off the braziers, it'll be too dark. See, they can't see now. Oh, I get it. Now it's not thieving. Otherwise, you get locked in here and you die. There was no choice. You can't steal it. I have a golden bow. Cool. That's neat, actually. Can I swap it? No. That's really neat, though.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognize my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out how many it takes to kill a woman, shall we?
But I have a golden bow. Cool. Now we're gaming. That rat bag tried to sucker me. Look, that's a sponge stick. That's what they wipe their butts with. They washed their butt with communal sponges. Yep, we got the golden bow. It can turn a man to gold. Well, so much for the other options. Wait, you can turn the algae into gold? Cool. Crouch. Yeah, when I watched the trailer, I thought this was gonna be more like Skyrim. Wow, someone got crushed in there. Okay, let's see how well gold turns. Rock. Does it work? Wow. Okay, so you can't turn him to gold, I think. It's pretty neat, anyway. I don't want to waste my ammo. Even though I have pretty much infinite days. Oh, here's lore. Wait. Take a look at the scroll nearby. There's a tip. I was gonna read that anyway. Look, it's Naiva.
My beloved Galatea.
You can put this down and continue listening.
So that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Dun dun dun, so the naive chick learned, kind of like how that other guy learned. That's funny. So I can turn vines to gold now, which means I can climb up. Pretty nifty, huh? Man, this has changed everything. This game went from like just dialogue to gameplay. I've got gameplay now. Well, there was gameplay. It was just more of fetching quest. So I'm in the palace now. Wow. I didn't actually want to do this yet, but... Cool, they give you plenty of ammo, and I know where to get money and ammo, so I'm good. Think I could turn this to gold? Would never get out. So they said take the bow if you want horror elements. And action. That's why I took it. That's scary. That must be the horror elements. Let me teabag you. There's our first enemy. Gameplay. Cool. Why does she have golden tits? Oh. So you have to shoot them where they're not already gold. She already had golden tits. So I couldn't shoot her in the tits. But I shot her in the tits because they were so large. It wasn't my fault. I saw her tits and they were gold and I shot them anyway. And now I know you can't shoot golden tits. Is that another one? You gotta shoot him in the genitals.
You think
Thank you. You don't have tits. That kick is so sick. I love kicking. Kicking is so satisfying. So these are like undead zombie dudes. What's the lore on this then? They're trying to save their $1 bag. Whoa. Did you see? She actually looked at me. She actually moved her head. Huh. So they actually do move. I've never seen them actually move. So that's what that sound is. It's the sound of the gold moving. That's pretty cool. I've never actually seen it in person. I just hear it.
You're not supposed to be here.
Damn. You can use environmental damage to stop the zombies. Oh, it's a hole. Look, they're turning their heads at me. That's sick. This way. Takes 2 shots, and I'm not sure why. I like kick him. No. So there are like invisible walls. Oh, the door's locked. Okay, we have to go down. For now, we have to go down. So that chick has locked herself in here. They're all thanking me. So like, what's that about? Ding ding. You can only kick once because it's actually a interaction. It's not a action. So, pretty much you can stun lock enemies. If I was my non-horror person, when I used to get afraid of everything, I could totally see Oh, I missed. I'm not... So what I've learned, you don't have to charge the bow. You can just tap it. Like this. Like, if I played this game in, like, 2016 or earlier, this would have been scary for me. Like, I would have been scared. But after playing Amnesia, I lost my, like, fear. It was the first time I played a horror game where I didn't want to play a horror game. But it helped me not be scared. And now every horror game isn't scary. I just wasted all those arrows. Good atmosphere though, I like it. Damn right. -4 is way too little. Look, a headshot. Headshots do one-hit KO. Give me a hug. She just kicked while crouching. It's that Russian dance where they fold their arms and they squat. Look, he's looking at me. That's so cool. I never realized their heads moved this whole time. I never looked at it. Thank you. I want to know why they're thanking me. Have they been stuck as zombies? And how did that other chick not get caught? I haven't been looking around for loot. I've been having too much fun. I guess you can hold the bow forever. We've got infinite arm strength. Oh, come on. Wait, are you even dead? I think it died from the statue falling on it. I feel bad, hang on. We gotta do it again. We can't have any of them dying. We need to turn them all to gold. We're not a murderer. Oh damn, how far back did I go? Oh, good thing I reloaded, there was money. Can't have any of them not gold, because then I'm a murderer. That's all. So they're saying kill me? Turning them to gold. So they're thanking me. Yep. Think about it. They're not dead now, right? Remember how that's that guy I froze from over there. Remember how that person was saying these gold statues are alive? That means they're not actually dead. Which makes me a lifesaver. So why can't I turn these to gold for? Is that to make... Oh! So what you want to do, you want to be stealthy. You shoot that, and it wakes them all up, and they come here, and then you shoot this. Oh. I got stuck. Yeah, pretty much, I'm trying not to kill them and turn them to gold, because what if I find a way to heal them all, and I become a superhero? Become the savior of all these gold statues. If I kill someone, they'll die no matter what I do. They'll be dead. So I'm trying to be a hero. Yep, I'm gonna find a cure. There's 4 endings. And when they find out I never murdered a soul... Oh, there's the key. And here's a note.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories
Yeah, I saw that
as a child.
there were 4 endings when I did the first
Being
one.
more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman
Well,
I have
technically
ever
not
known.
finished.
Your face.
That paradox I did
frozen in a look of haunting
when I killed that guy is one of the
Our
endings.
meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
So she's trying to turn off the statues. Wait, are all the zombies people she created? Maybe these are the people she created and they're all miserable and they want to die. Yeah, so the whole rule is if you create a paradox, right, where you don't need to be here, you won't be here, therefore you don't exist in this world. And so by killing the guy who creates the portal that resets time, that it creates you to be here, it prevents you ever being here because he's dead, because he can't create the portal. So I created a time paradox, and it's one of the endings. Wow, so she's been peeling the gold layers of the people with the surgical tools. Yeah, it's more like a bad ending or an alt ending. You know how like some games at the start you can meet a villain and that like I think in Far Cry one of them has an ending where you like choose not to go against the enemy and it just ends the game and stuff like that. Just alt endings. Wow. So this lady's been trying to remove these gold people and they want to die. Crazy. I'm too nice to trap them. Wait, what? Hey, I got hit through the wall. Wait. That's rude. Jump kicks. So, if you gold this curtain, right, it turns off because you get stuck in here. So I technically, on a technical, like, gameplay scale, I would have soft-locked because I would have been trapped in there forever by turning it gold. Thankfully, The game just disabled the curtains. But if we were talking realistic... Any baddies? I'm not allowed in there. Yeah, so if I shot this, in a real life scenario, we'd be locked in here. Except for the fact I can get out here in real life, but... It's kind of cool how they prevented it. Yeah, this is really good atmosphere. When they said action and horror elements, this is really good. I'm impressed. I think you're supposed to climb these. Oh, I am climbing them. I don't want to shoot the curtains, so... I'm having too much fun individually shooting them. Oh, look what they wanted you to do. Yeah, isn't it actually realistic? The fact that they, block them with pure gold. That's realistic. If they just, like, pushed it over and were like, oh, that's just gold, I don't care. Even though I don't know if gold actually weighs that much. So you're meant to do this. But I'm playing it like an action game. So instead of, like, death from above, I'm doing death from in front of them. And I have plenty of arrows, so... Let's get them all away from the fire. So that if they come to life, they don't burn alive. Thinking about the future. How do you climb gold? Basically, these vines are ladders, right? But they're too fragile. Now they're made of rock-solid, golden, sharp-pointed leaves that would cut you up. It definitely doesn't make sense. Those leaves would be like... Unless they're soft-edged, but even so, there'd be points, and those would hurt. So I'm not really sure, but... Video game. It's a video game thing. I think he's gonna wake up with a broken neck. Rip. Who's this babe? Damn. A young Roman woman, with her arms raised as if suddenly terrified by something unknown. It was my genitalia being revealed to her eyes. What's weird about the golden rule is they're all gold already. Why are there people who aren't gold? If it was a one person breaks the rules, you all get punished. Unless this is a new set of people. I was trying to get them all to come here, but they were out of sync. Definitely easy though, like, it doesn't seem like you take much damage. And you can reduce damage by 50%. If I wasn't doing the lore with archaeological skill for the lore, I would have taken the run speed. So this chick is addicted to fish sauce. I'm not sure how you heal in this game. I think just resetting the day heals you, but The last time I healed, the next time the day reset, I don't think I healed. A young Roman man poses of beckoning others to safety. Oh, volume 3.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not.
I really
It
wish
seems whichever god
the
is
background was
responsible
flat,
for imprisoning
without the
these poor
text.
souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment.
I think she's gone
and
crazy.
I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this God's forsaken place.
God's forsaken.
My beloved Galatea.
Oh, hang on.
My beloved.
So basically, she realized the statues were real people, and she wanted to figure out how to help them. She fell in love with them, and one of them, because she was so beautiful, that she wanted to save her life and the others by experimenting on the others first, trying to find out a way to save them. Talk about... Oh, I missed. That was scary. That money. Excuse me, guys. Thank you. So the reason they added a kick is because you might get stuck in the game if you couldn't move the statues. That's why they added it. So that's gonna attract their attention. Or not. So she skinned them alive, because her way of saving them didn't work. I'm hearing voices now. It sounded like it was above me. I have a feeling one of them's gonna drop down and like stab me in the back. Thing is, you don't have to be afraid, because we know it won't kill us. That's the downfall. Stupid. Like, I used to be so, like, I used to be afraid of losing. But now it's like, horror died to me after beating that Amnesia game, because I realized, why does it matter if I lose? And so, the lack of losing took away the fear for me. Before, I'd make a big deal of it. But now it's like, I die. And so I don't have that fear anymore. The worst that happens, I reload. Beforehand, I would, like, try to avoid everything. Inspect. It appears to be dead. Evidently, its death didn't break the golden rule. Apple. This apple looks fresh. Someone has been here recently. Honestly, I'm waiting for the game to crash. This game crashed a lot yesterday. So, I'm paranoid I'm gonna have to restart. What's this about? Like, even if you don't save Scum, it's not scary to me either, because it doesn't matter. You reload eventually, right? I just don't think it's fun replaying stuff anymore. Like, as a kid, it was fine. I had all the time in the world. But now I just don't see value. Half-peeled statue? Closer? Ooh. Like, if I was gaining skill, like, if it's a game where you're actually getting better, sure, but if it's menial, I do definitely think you're just wasting your life at that point. You could be playing 2 different games. Oh my gosh. Whoa. You can talk? Behind you! She's saying behind you. I do understand. She's saying behind you. Who are you?
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they
Yep,
used
she's
to whisper
jealous.
to me.
And you've missed a lot of
It
content.
sounds
The whole
similar.
game's changed.
I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it?
No, I swear.
Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us? So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in
She is
so much
real
pain.
nuts.
It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
Which one?
What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo.
But I've already got that
I
key.
imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
But I already have her key. Look at this. Check this out. Key to the chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I thought about turning her to gold. Should we do it for gameplay and then I'll just reload?
At least we'll all be golden together.
It doesn't break. Oh. It does. So you aren't allowed to turn people to gold.
Make her gold, or I'll make us all gold. You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you, thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia.
Yep, so the flesh is covered in gold though. So she had to rip open their flesh, which hurts them.
Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
Can I ask her law first? So she was skinning alive the love of her life that she met as a statue, only to hurt her because we were coming, just trying to panic and save her. Yeah, she hears the voice too, but now it's stopped. Alright, can we get the law, please?
Are you still here?
I'm gonna die. Game over. There's an invisible wall there. You're not allowed to, like, explore in this game. It's not like Skyrim. It's a Skyrim mod, originally. You can't just jump on every rock. So... How about we zip line? Whee! Right. I'm not sure how different this is from Skyrim, like how standalone they made it. Well then, there's so much to do now. Yeah, depending on the game, I definitely think a lot of games could do with being more linear. Sometimes I just wish other games wouldn't have had such an open, like, explorative waste of time. Damn it. I don't want a red vignette all over my screen.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
I think this is just an alt path. I think, so, I've already been in this guy's house through a different means, aka I jumped off the cliff. The first thing I did in this game was meet a guy who kills himself, and then the second thing I did was, I guess, attempt to kill myself. Funny enough. How much time do I have left? Not a lot.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
We need to ask him for a key.
Do you have any news about your investigation?
Like, a lot of areas in games are very fun and they're like a good set piece, and then they hide items in it, and it basically ruins the tempo. You like, instead of running ahead, you go, oh, I have to do this and this and this, and look around here, when you want to just go straight through the story. And I think they should really not stick hidden stuff in those segments.
I think it's best if I hang on to it. You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water supply, the lifeblood of this city? I'm sorry, but that is simply out of the question. And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this, be you. Perhaps it was a mistake on my part to place so much trust in you. I doubt that very much, since I'll be keeping the key around my neck at all times from now on. But in any case, was there something else?
You think there's a way to get him to give you the key? I figured he wouldn't give it to you, but I don't know if there is a way.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Let me just see.
Of course. What is it? Why it looks... I think... You mean to... Yes. Our water supply.
I think you're hiding something.
I wasn't born yesterday. Poisoning a city's water supply is the oldest trick in the Codex. Quite literally. Aeneas the Tactician wrote a siegecraft manual for military commanders some 300 years ago, recommending the poisoning or pollution of cisterns. And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this, be...
Okay, it's the same dialogue now.
I'm glad to hear that. Now, was there something else?
So...
The many shall suffer.
Sorry, I was just seeing where the arrows went. Alright, he won't give me the key, so there's no point. Maybe I can get it later if I'm nice. Oh, it's this guy. Don't jump, what are you doing?
Shalom. All right, friend. Thanks for the...
The cool thing about time powers is I have 2 types. I gotta take another leak. I drank all... How do I get that? Money and arrows. And a bottle of wine. I've got 3 bottles of wine. Look, there's an apple on this tree, but you cannot grab it. I've been wondering if you can grab that flower. Well, do they make cheese sauce though? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is just cheese. I gotta take a leak real quick and then I'll solve the mystery of that flower.
That lamp.
Um,
Never have I seen its equal.
Who do we want to talk to? Oh yeah, you can turn this hay
Never seen a lamp like that before.
into golden goose eggs.
Remarkable.
Golden goose eggs. Also, let's turn the hay to gold just for fun. Here you go. Golden hay.
Salve.
On a golden cabbage. Nope.
Greetings and salutations.
And they
Welcome
take
back.
forever to turn around. They're like zombies. Alright. So I've got golden goose eggs. I wonder if I can fly across and then drop down. Probably not. And there's so much to do now that I got this bow. See how he's looking at me? I never realized their heads moved. That's so funny. I always heard the sound, and I just thought it was a weird gold statue sound. Not like they were actually looking. Oh, here we go. You've got to be kidding. No! I jumped over the thing. I gotta go all the way around. Ah. I thought I was jumping into the cage because I saw the locked door and I was like, oh, I gotta jump over this. My bad. Yeah, I'm used to going from the other direction, not this one. Octavia? Look, she's praying to her Jesus. Here's the Roman plaque. We have it. So everyone who has this fish carving is a Jesus. Okay, we have to talk to her. There are Jesus people.
I said, please leave. You're trespassing.
She didn't say to leave. Did anybody, hear her say, please leave? Well, that's one. Georgina? He also is one. Where was he walking to? We gotta figure out how to get out of here.
I'm guessing that Promethean fire's on the
Melodies fetch again.
Well, isn't that an impressive
The water they have
Okay, I gotta talk to
lost.
her as well. She's the crazy lady. Not the new one. The other crazy lady. Time is of the essence. I don't think I've ever been this way. Let me just quickly... There's nothing here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's about to be daytime. That means someone's gonna die.
His brightness was like the light.
That lamp! Hello again, my sartorial friend. What is on your mind? And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman now. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Duli. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
That's funny. Hey, I only went to him because the game said to. I actually noticed that Dooley had a stone tablet in his cell. I just thought it was nothing important, though. I don't think we can get up there, but I'm gonna try. Alright, we're gonna do some gameplay. Bummer. Maybe I can turn this to gold. What do you think? Nope, it's an invisible wall. I gotta do this, I'm sorry. Turn the apple to gold. Okay, once the sun comes up, they're about to go to a meeting to do the new magistrate. So, I'm pretty much out of time for now. This lady's gonna come to life, and I'm gonna go in here and rob the chest. Instant money and arrows.
Galerius?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls.
Okay.
The new
So what's really annoying is they're gonna be talking
I thought
same
you
dialogue.
weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking.
I want to listen to her, but their dialogue's
Just
gonna
as
go.
the ocean.
She's out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Say it.
Waiting to be found.
Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over
all
and
leaving.
over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seemed cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales
Forgot
vapor,
the Capcom events
and by
today.
that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace. nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house
is
of the
long
ruler
word.
of the depths.
What the heck?
Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
I think it's 4 p.m. Also, I wasn't listening to that message, so hopefully it wasn't important.
Friend, you have given me hope. May you follow in the footsteps of Hercules and return to the light of day.
Oh, I better hurry up. I can't leave this game sitting.
Beautiful. Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you,
It is 2 hours.
I was intrigued.
3:25
There's a light
p.m.
in your eyes I've never
We'll see.
seen before. A certain learning and sophistication. How dare you! Get away from me, you pig!
Oink, oink. Do you think I could turn bear into gold? Pig.
Beautiful.
I'm guessing if you out her scam, she just gets mad at you.
Oh, you're... and... coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
I forgot to change the title. Who's Kabash?
Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not. All right, see ya.
See, imagine if I treated her like trash. You gotta remember not to, like... So basically, you don't be rude to anybody. Because if you be rude, they're gonna be like, you're an ass, I ain't gonna tell you anything. I can't talk to him right now. They're about to do the ceremony. So unfortunately...
The magistrate has spoken.
Look, it's about to end.
I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Yeah, I need this bow lady to come out. Look at that. Mega money. I just made 4 grand. Ta-da! I can't get out. She's blocking the door. Please. gaming right now. See, when you know how to game, you know how to zigzag. See, arrows. Ouch! I'm gonna die if I get hit again. Run! See, he kills himself to open a portal for you. So that's that Roman dressed guy, the fancy guy. He runs here. He whispers an inaudible prayer to kill himself to create a portal. And now I'm all healthy and all that. So that's like the main time thing.
Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Wow, you can choose to shortcut everything.
All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
Look at that, they let you skip it all. 10 out of 10. So my biggest issue with time-based games is I like the concept, but the menial task of redoing all the quests that you've done is awful. You don't want to hear the same dialogue. You don't have to click through it all. This is perfect.
Poor Virgil.
Great
Poor
game
Rufius
design.
too, I guess.
10
All right,
out of
got
10.
it.
I was really worried. The reason I've been saving and loading to maximize my time was because I didn't want to have to do all these quests again. And I thought I got to do as much as I can in one day so I don't have to do it twice. Turns out I don't have to do it twice.
But how did you... All right, of course. I'll make sure this gets to him.
This guy's sick.
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Yeah, Majora's Mask.
Ixion turns. Just as the... But it... The new...
See this room? You can't actually get in. Because of the statue. But when she turns into a bad guy, you can get it to move, and you can loot the chests in there, and it gives you 4 grand. And it also gives you arrows, and there's some in here too. So I'm rich now. I'm very rich. Well. This guy's about to kill himself. He's gonna go into there.
Hello? Hello? Have we met before?
Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it. But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad.
Jeff Bezos.
But it's mine, and I really like it. I want to keep it. Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it.
That was so loud in my
anymore
right
because
ear.
I'd already be
Ouch.
happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too. Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius.
Okay, we gotta get Galerius.
Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque, and everyone will be happy.
The assassin walking into the tomb and killing himself.
Bye-bye. Hello.
So we gotta get Galerius to win the vote. So there's the assassin dead. Also, there's a bow. Take the money. We don't really need a wooden bow, so I'm sticking to my gold bow, thank you. Oh, there's so much to do with my bow. Okay, we gotta talk to... Let's just see what this guy has to say. The thing is, that guy helping us with our quests is doing it in real time. May I say that is a glorious bow you're carrying? Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it? Hang on.
Wow.
Hang on. Let me, play out the dialogue. I didn't mean to click. Oh no, they're gonna have a dialogue. Ah, video games. Right, this guy.
Greetings and salute greetings. I'm Georgius.
For the last time, Dacius.
My
I'm not making you a
I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend.
I don't know, it's been flawless today.
Matter is dangerous.
Silly, huh?
Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash.
weapons pen, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone
Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is never eaten, so I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in, but do you know what I saw? Nothing! Nobody entered, and yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again. It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for 2 people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful, I beg you.
I haven't been in the underground yet. I'm really tempted to with my new gun. My golden gun.
Welcome.
Check it out. I've got 2 keys to this. See that? Oh! I shouldn't take that in case the NPC needs it. Hey, did I tell him to get the, I told him to do the Rufus thing, right?
You look well,
Willow
my
bark.
sartorial friend.
Okay. We did talk to him, right?
Hey! Hey!
Alright. Hey, look, she's here. We've never talked to her.
Shiny.
What from above? Oh, there. Bread. A generous pinch of yeast, a pinch of salt, 2.5 cups of warm water, 1 pound of flour. Pour water in bowl, dissolve yeast, add flour, separate bowl to a separate bowl. Gradually add the water and salt and knead it until dough isn't too sticky or floury. Cover the dough and leave in a warm place near the oven for an hour that rises. Bake until crust is golden and allow to cool. She's the guy who, yeah. Freely available. Check it out. Okay, we got some bread. Maybe we can offer it to the Jesus statue.
Shiny. Salve and welcome. Need something?
Finally, we can talk to her.
There's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am.
Fair enough. I never say I'm sorry.
What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables, and Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes, and Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days. Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from around here, but that doesn't mean you don't belong, does it? Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we?
Have you met people?
Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the Golden Rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop. All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
She's so nice and innocent, and then the moment there's an assassin, she's like, hell yeah, kill him. So I'm guessing this is the temple? Doesn't he say he leaves bread here and it goes missing? Oh, he's cluing about this. I already know about that. Alright, do we want to go to the old man, or do we want to go in the cistern? Those are our choices. Or the underground lair. So there's two underground lairs. There's the temple. And then there's the, like, monster area. Is he good now?
Name's Rufius. No idea. I'm...
You missed the important law. I have huge law.
And may vet. I beg your pardon? Oh my, that is quite a lot to take in. You'll have to give me a moment. Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we? We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. Herc, sit.
We already know this dialogue. Does she have anything else?
It must be completed by dusk. Just the same, it'll be between Sentius, the incumbent. Why do you...
Oh, here you go.
I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow.
Money?
all of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my role overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent, but if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed.
This is one of the earliest quests, and I haven't done it yet.
You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination.
Hey, if you play as a dude, can you vote? I've got tits. What am I gonna do?
As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. As you wish.
So you can fast forward the voting to speed it up. That's so well designed.
See you again.
Okay. Isn't that awesome? Because, like, imagine having to wait till dusk in this game to get it to happen.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? Of course not. But as I always say, if Sentius can't protect his daughter, how can we trust him to protect this city? My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgius. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. That's quite all right. We all make mistakes. I trust you can see yourself out.
We gotta prove that he is Quinticus. How are we gonna do that? Well, I'll see what happens if I ask him to withdraw. Or give him money, golden goose eggs.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win? Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the Golden Rule. How could you possibly know that? Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
I just wanted to pick that for funniness.
Get out of my villa.
Look, there's no hole. You can't dive in his pool. Well, I don't see how the system would have proof, considering he doesn't have the key. Sentius does. Let me go talk to the woman. Hang on. We can't make him mad, actually. If I make him mad, I can't talk to him again. It's the unfortunate thing. We'd have to wait a day. At least I believe that's the case. I'm not actually sure. What is this? Can I turn his lions to gold? No. Yeah, you can't make people mad or you can't progress.
You're not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
We women have to stick together. Which one?
I couldn't agree more. One hand washes the other, as they say.
So if you're a dude, you don't get that choice.
Our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me. I want you to bring me some wine. Just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around.
Pleb.
So what do you need me to spell out? Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counseling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here.
She wants women's freedom.
He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it. You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room, and Domitius is right outside the villa, because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware, and getting it won't be easy.
I wish I remembered where I got it.
So you'll help me?
You think I should tell him that I don't want it to run?
Here's the letter.
I think I should do that one instead of the woman one. Quintus to beloved Claudia. Quintus, whatever his name is. For a time I despaired at the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life, but then I met you and discovered that as long as I am with you, I am exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I will perform a grand gesture in your honor. I'll become the city's magistrate so that I may govern with wisdom and strength with you by my side.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no, that's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know. Another copy. No, 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 no! This can't be happening. What? No. You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers. It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down. I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink. May this drag you to the depths. This is outrageous. Do I need to call Domitius? Get out.
I didn't trick her. I just wanted to see the dialogue. So if I steal their money, we'll go into a naughty mode.
Domitius, protect me.
Dance for me.
Get out before I have Domitius throw you out. Domitius, protect me.
Hey, his name was Quintictus, or whatever.
I curse you. I curse your life and this is outrageous.
Oh, my bad. Hang on. We don't make enemies of everybody. We're an honorable person. Because if no one is mean to us, they'll never believe we were ever mean. Ah, I gotta do all the dialogue again. Damn it. I love how you can just tell her you get another one. Okay. Meow.
I love to you but so
Here's the letter.
What? He's Oh no. Give me that immediately. What? No. This is outrageous.
Oh, so if I give her the letter, I have actually
curse you.
Oh shoot, not again. Is that also her cursing us? I don't know what save I'm on.
I curse
Yep.
you. This is
Okay. There you go. So it only crashes if you load multiple times. So just don't load. That's anti-save scumming. That's what it's meant to be.
Still here.
Okay. So we either piss her off. It doesn't matter. Time's gonna reset. But if I lie, what will she do? Will she get mad at me later on?
You know, now I want you to bring me some love. Now, what? Give me that. Thank you. Now, I appreciate your discretion in this matter. I think it's best if you go now. We'll speak no more of this.
See, she's no longer angry at us.
Why are you the dainty little thing from next door? Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child. Finally!
So, I gave her that letter, right? But I actually have multiple of them. See, check this out. I can literally do this.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
Well, the bounty that proves that Quinctus is a fire starter of Rome, right? Is right here. There's the original bow. Can I give it to this guy?
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff. Hi. Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it?
Took it from the Shrine of Diana, discovered locked inside with an angry hornet, managed to escape after a harrowing ordeal in the palace, and traveling back in time, here I am.
Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little confused. Perhaps you should go and see Lucretia in a clinic. Very well, another time.
So, I'm keeping the... I don't know if I want to keep the other bow. But what I'll do... See, the problem is, if I keep the other bow, it will always be on number 3. And I don't want it to be on number 3. I want my gold bow on number 3.
This is outrageous. Why?
My bad. Okay. We're gonna ask him to do this one instead, just to see what she says.
To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate, you must think me quite mad. I've heard enough. Get out of here at once.
So,
Domitius, come quickly. We're being...
I'm guessing as a male.
Domitius.
A male would just say, I like women's rights. I think that's what it would say. Oh. Yeah, there's no way that woman-to-woman thing would work if you play as a dude.
But you mean... let... Thank you.
What's weird
Now,
is you can just say nothing.
Perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
Unfortunately, you can only be a dude or a chick. You choose your gender based on the coin side. There's no other choice.
What? He's... Oh no. That's... Give me that immediately. Thank you.
Okay. We're keeping her happy. But only because I'm gonna get another one. Don't worry, she won't remember we lied.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
How'd you do? Very...
It's just to get his dialogue away. We aren't really lying, are we? We actually did give her the letter. I don't see how that's lying. I just have another one. Simple math. Remember, lying isn't a golden rule.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
Yeah, you like it? Should I go talk to her again and see if she notices I have another letter? Gotta find out, right?
Why are you still here? The dainty little thing.
I forgot to do that dialogue line.
This is outrageous.
You again. What is it now? My name is Mark.
Oh, that's not proof.
That's quite all.
Okay, that's not proof. Okay, here we go. We're up to this part where we were gonna rat him out.
So, it finally caught up with me.
Yeah, it renamed ever since I figured it out. It's pretty
Suppose
cool.
that makes you what? One of Nero's assassins? So
The Emperor sends his
you're not
regards.
going to
There's
kill
so
me?
many dialogue I want to click, but I have to not because it'll end the game. You can release everyone in debt bondage to you as well.
Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'd let me live? Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There. You got what you wanted.
And now I never have to pay
please,
again
leave
to
my
release
villa
them.
And never speak to me again.
Yeah. I already saved them before with money.
Why are you still here? Get out before I have Domitius thrown you.
And withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I've just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
Who's Galerius? Look, he's gonna tell her.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about Galerius. Yeah, you're right. So, the problem is, I told Galerius to pay him to release those people.
Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from
Did he even
today's
do my
election.
chores? Did that guy even do my chores? Think about it. Oh, I guess she isn't dead. Okay, good. He did my chores then.
What is it, citizen?
Who's this? Horatius?
All right.
He's just an NPC.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Arve again. Did you find what you need? Well, Malleolus has withdrawn for some unknown reason, so unless somebody else
All
is
weapons are
nominated
to
by
be
the end
tossed
of the
into the
day,
chasm.
Sentius will
Magistrate's
win by
orders.
default. Why do you ask? Oh, what a good idea! He is a virtuous and decent man after all. I happen to agree he'd make a wonderful magistrate. all of the male citizens. I covered it.
All right.
See you again.
So Galerius is now in the running, but we gotta get votes for him, right? And because I helped for everyone, maybe they'll vote for him. She's a woman. She can't vote. All right, let's see.
You look well, my Sartorian. Hey, my friend. Have you discovered anything about my Vanessic offerings? Ah, that is all. Galerius. Did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fabia? The man is a hero. But of course,
Okay.
I hope...
We have a Galerius vote, so I'm guessing everyone votes for him then. Wait, Rufus is meant to clean this, not you.
Ah, a new face. Galerius, definitely. He put an end to the notes and graffiti I've been receiving.
Because I told Galerius to do it.
Alright, nice to talk to you.
He's still doing it though. It's broken. Also, I told Galerius to do it, right? But the funny thing is, I actually talked to Rufus myself and told him, hey, leave him alone. We gotta find him now. I don't want to start the election unless everyone's gonna vote. Who's
Don't
this?
believe a word they tell you. Shalom, friend.
What?
Scintilla and I were in love. All right. We'd hold hands and then...
I already know this.
All I know... My guess? I've never... But I... Really? At first, the only... I remember...
We already know this.
All right, friend.
That's the same dialogue. That's weird. What do you think happens if I, like, zip line onto this? I gotta try it. I might die, but I gotta try it. Oh my gosh. I think I can do it. I took no fall damage. We gotta do it. Wow, you gotta do it like instantly. Flashlight is from the instant the game starts. Because I'm from the real world. Damn it. This is gonna be hard to time. If the game crashes, it's because I'm doing this. I think it's an invisible wall. I don't think you can do this. Gaming. See, it's an invisible wall, but I have to try. I just don't know how to do it without falling too far forward. What the heck? What? That was odd. Did I walk off the cliff? Man, I don't know how to do it. If you do it too early, you get no momentum. If you do it too late, you don't get enough momentum. I did it. But there's one thing I gotta do first. I gotta know if you can make it gold. Ah, no. Wrong save. I should have saved before grabbing the flower. I gotta do it again. We have to know if I can turn it gold because of gameplay. I have a better idea. Maybe I'll shoot it first and then just try and loot it rather than land on it. Hey, where did I aim? Oh, damn it. I grabbed it from behind the rock, didn't I? And that's how I landed on it. Oh, we can't do that anymore. Ah. I need to know if I can make it gold. Maybe I'll just shoot it first. Hang on. I'll shoot it first. Oh. Because you can make things gold. And then loot them. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Alright, we're good. I think that's good enough to believe it doesn't turn gold. Isn't that a crazy, like, gameplay thing? The timing on that is, like, pretty sketch. Alright. If it didn't turn to gold, well then, that's not my problem. I'll have to get it on another reset. I want the pretty flowers anyway. We gotta find Galerius. See if he's done all my
His
chores.
brightness was like the light.
Where is that girl? You know, Elias or whatever? What happened to her? Galerius for Magistrate, countered by I would rather drink Aurelia's special brew.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
He's not here. Is he in a bedroom? Man, I now notice. Oh yeah, this is Kabash's note. I already read that. Where is Galerius? Also, where is... Who haven't we talked to? Do we want more golden eggs? Hey, is it animal cruelty to turn a goat to gold? You can turn the goat to gold. I won't do it, in case it screws up my story, though. Maybe in another reset. Oh, there he is! I found him.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over.
Sounds like
Tantalus was
humanity.
made to grasp a fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
Go on.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So,
Who's whispering in my ear?
I'll keep doing whatever I can
Shush
to
up.
help you.
I'm trying to
Just
listen.
focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. Oh,
I
and
love this guy.
I'm in the running for
He is aware.
magistrate. Feeling
Self-aware.
kinda nervous, but I'm hoping it'll all be worth it when I order Dooley's release. I just hope I'll have the votes I need. Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
This guy is legit. Who the hell's talking to me in the ears, by the way? Was it you? It was this guy, right? He's pointing an arrow. Whoa. Did you guys... I watched him turn his head at me. But I can't prove it. So he's telling me to go this way. He is telling me to go this way. And he's trying to get this apple, but I'm not allowed it. You know how he talked about, who was his name? And he can't reach the fruit on the tree? That's that guy. You think we could turn the fish to gold? No, the guy that we just talked to told the Greek story. I don't think Adam and Eve are the Greek. I don't even think they exist in the Greek stuff. Here's some extra wine. Basically, all the Greek tortures of people who can't get out of the cycle for all eternity. I think I'm gonna start the vote now.
That lamp. Oh, you again.
Tantalus.
Valerius. Sorted out my rheumatism. For the first time in a long time, I'm not in constant pain. Good man.
Isn't it funny that
Fine.
because of me telling him to do all the chores, they all believe he did it, not me. So they're gonna vote for him. Kinda hurts knowing it was me and I don't get credit. But in the end, where's the lady? We need to find the lady.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, but he did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running.
He already was running. Georgina? Who's Georgina?
That lamp.
You mean
Never have I seen it so
Horhius, or whatever his real name is. He's Greek. So his real name's like Hortius or
This part
something.
of my shop is
But
open.
they say in Roman Georgius. Does she literally roll her dough on the...
You're
Oh.
back.
She's washing her floor.
Hey, my friend. Ah,
Why is he running out here? We need to find the priestess. We gotta start this election. Who's he gonna vote for? Georgius, not Georgina.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
Alright, we're gonna start the election early.
Arve. It'll be white. As I said. Well, I wouldn't describe impatience as a good reason exactly. As you
Oh.
As
Oops.
Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
Alright, we're starting the election. So we can get the key to the cistern. And the Greek tablet. So I have the Roman one. The Christian lady stole it.
It is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
We just have to kill some time. I love the way we did it. Oh yeah, look what we haven't done. Thank you. Just got my ammo back and some money. Yeah, there's some optional climbing areas. There's some other ones I've seen and I just can't remember where they are. My memory, you know, I've had to memorize so much of what you have to do in this. On top of thinking about all the story and stuff. There's only so much I can remember. Oh. Okay. The sky is beneath us. We're in heaven. Confirmed.
The city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Yep.
Sentius.
Virgil.
They're a small village, but it's fair. Only men can vote.
Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made.
Should I see if I can get Horatius to vote?
Magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
Okay. Hang on, rewind time a bit. I just want to know if Horatius can be convinced. So before we go in there and talk to the lady.
Ave.
Oh. Yeah, I need a unanimous decision. It's not fair if the god of the guy who's in love with the daughter, or cares about her, maybe not in love, but I don't think he'll be able to be turned, but I'll try it. Oh, which one was it? That one.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little sturkers?
Citizen?
That's some lamp. What now? Not that it's any of your business, but my... All right.
Yeah, you cannot change him. Alright. Oh, hang on. Before we go back to my load, I need to know what he says, if I can tell him.
Citizen? We're finally alone. I assume you already know. Seems rather brash, but all right. Why have you sought me out?
Alright, it doesn't matter. Rewinding time. Back to the future. We're rewinding time into the future.
Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see
All
here.
of this to release a guy
Move
from a
along.
cage. You think I can talk to him?
We're finally alone.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Nothing really. It won't be long before the Golden Rule is broken and everything will be reset. I dare say it won't affect me in the slightest. Thank you.
Let's talk to my priestess.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? See you.
Okay. Until Galerius.
Quite a lamp. I'd rather like one of those myself.
Everyone wants my lamp.
I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to...
Oh, my bad. Hang on. Unfortunately, talking to him causes us to miss the cutscene of releasing him, which is more important.
His brightness was like the light.
He deserved it.
Rays flashed from his hand, and there he veiled his power.
She's stuck. I love it.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? I'm Dooley. Magistrate Galerius said I should thank the newcomer. Are you the newcomer?
Damn, he's slow.
Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy. You can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious. He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very precious way up high. Please help me find it. Please. I had to keep it a secret until I found someone I could trust. Oh, thank you. Here's the key.
We have the key to the cistern. About time.
I hope you find it.
I already know where it is.
In the cisterns. Way up high. Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Something shining. Is it treasure?
Maybe it is treasure. I could see
That
it for
light!
myself.
Did you steal it from the gods?
And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody...
Salve, friend. I wanted to say thanks for your help. I couldn't have freed Dooley without it, and I really appreciate it. Now, what's on your mind? Well, now that I've had Dooley freed...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh my goodness. No, I have to loot the cage first.
Maybe it is treasure. I could
That
see
light!
it for myself.
Did you steal it from the gods?
Quick, grab
it's
it.
just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore.
Hey, what was that note called? Well, he's stealing. He goes instantly to steal. That's hilarious, dude.
Maybe it is treasure. I could see it for myself. So pretty.
And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody
Letter from
wants
Cynthius
it.
to Dooley's.
Maybe no one
That
will mind
light!
if I
Did you just steal it from the gods?
Take it.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sin.
He literally... I can't do the dialogue after winning because he let him out.
Maybe it is treasure. I could see it for myself.
I can't read the letter here.
That light!
And it's just lying out
Steal? Salve, friend. I wanted to say thanks for your help. I couldn't have freed Dooley. No.
Maybe no one will mind
Well.
if I just
Oh.
Take it.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer.
That's so annoying. He instantly goes back to thieving.
Maybe it is treasure. I could see it for myself.
Okay. I already had this letter. I already had it.
That light!
And it's just lying out here
Well.
in the open.
All right,
Maybe
friend.
nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just take it.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Look, they got turned to gold. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Accusing me? I don't steal. The guy that we released from prison, who's like, he's a autistic, handicapped kind of kid. Right? He's like one of those people. So the moment he saw something shiny and was released from his cell, he stole it. After I just got him free. Brilliant game.
Salve, friend. Oh, sounds serious. Sure. All right, let me... I'll go.
Alright, we're gonna get him to do all the chores again, just in case we need to. Yeah, so that guy just randomly decides to steal.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always...
Look, she's calling me Sisyphus. Do you think we are Sisyphus?
Are they?
Alright, we have the cistern
Keep an
key.
eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Do we want to go underneath or the cistern? I think we should go in here.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well, it's your funeral.
Alright, we're playing some Skyrim now. This is like going in the dungeons. I've actually came in here. The first thing I did when I talked to him was go down here. Look at that. A Roman woman in the middle of disrobing as if she'd been visiting the baths. Is that how she undresses, all sexy? A young Roman woman throwing up her hands as if to surrender to an unseen enemy. Roman young man posed as if beckoning others to safety. A statue of a Roman man holding up one arm. He's either greeting someone or surrendered. I should have done everything else but this first. I'm too interested though. No way, did we just find someone? We haven't even explored the dungeon yet. It's the girl. It's this daughter. Wait, this is the upper cistern. You've got to be kidding. You've got to be kidding. I'm in the upper cistern through the sewers. From underground, rather than up top. That's the daughter. Okay, shut up. Oh, fatal error. My bad. I crashed the game. I don't want to do this yet. I want to explore the cistern. Not that it matters. I guess I could do this first, right? I guess we'll just keep going. I have to alt tab because I have to turn my fan on. Oh. Feedback. Okay.
You? Who are you? Did he send you?
Maybe he locked up his own daughter because she's gonna break the golden rule.
Juno, you're here. You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him.
I knew it was him. Because if she breaks the golden rule, they can't live here forever.
I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
Do you want to do the alt ending real quick, and then I'll just reload? Or do I want to do the other endings first, and make...
There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never.
Alright, we'll see what this ending is.
Thank you. Now follow... Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
So this must be one of the endings, just the quick ending.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident...
So he'll know if I do this.
But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles.
Hey, me either.
And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 4? Not many. But don't worry, I'm sure there'll be another useful idiot who comes along after you're dead. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this. But where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bird? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
So here's another ending. Yeah, I quite enjoy this place. Look, it's Al.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a
Now, this is like the other ending with one escapee.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago?
This is very similar to the other ending.
I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
So this is one of the escapes. But everyone else in the village dies. Did you miss the whole entire story and cutscene that just happened? We came up from there. So he was in the place. Funny. No, I'm saying the key question. We're free.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
Well, you said the only person who lives is the one who holds the key, which doesn't make any sense. If you had watched, it said what the key was. This is like the short ending. What do you mean? She was right next to the exit gate and killed her father who had the key. Guess you weren't watching.
You're back.
It literally said
But
it.
You're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Ah, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Yes.
As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover.
That was Al.
bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
There's the law.
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferrymen for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here. That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant.
Basically, we got the bad but escaped
Only
ending.
now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
So if you do the other endings, you must get to talk to the underworld.
Or if you'll ever read this. But I want you to know that I will never forget you. Or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
What happened to her, though? Was it for
Sounds
nothing?
like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
So that's the second ending. See how it's in order of shortness? So there's 2 more endings. How many might have survived if you confronted the god of the underworld? Well, if they've got all this magic, I'll take a leak while it loads. Alright, do I want to leave her here? Do you see what happens if I just talk to her and leave? Let me just quickly,
Behind me. I don't... I'm... There was... What? No! You can't just leave me here! How can you be so heartless? It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything. I'm telling you, he's a monster. Please. You're making a mistake. You're back. There's no time. What? No. You can't just I hate you. I spit on you. I hope Dis drags you to Tartarus.
so she would let everyone die.
You're back. What? It's... You'll make it.
Alright. You know what's funny? When Sentius kills himself, the key isn't on his body. Alright, shortcut. I wonder why there's a skinned zombie in here. Pull out my gun. Crushed creature. An emaciated human-like creature splattered in gold appears to be having crushed to death while entering the cistern from the cave below. Not much here. Lunar pendant. Latin on the back, which reads Sin Dia Def. So that's it. That's all there is in the cistern. And the sewer. So the creature was just one of those zombies. And I guess it escaped through the building. You know, we haven't even talked to that old man. You know, we can accuse anyone in this game of breaking the golden rule.
Now, I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Good news. Alright, so we haven't even been in the underground lair yet. Should I tell the sister where she's at?
Oh, another one fresh out of the bards. Oh, I wish Horatius... Oh. Oh no, that's Scintilla's. The question is, what was it doing in the cistern? A skeleton? Oh gods, you mean she's... What do you mean? But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate Hannibal? Could it not have attacked her too? What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Scintilla's amulet on another body to make us think she was dead? Why would anyone do such a thing? But who? Who could have a reason to do that? That is an extremely serious accusation. I take it you have something to back it up. So this is just baseless speculation then? I've heard enough.
Unfortunately, we don't have proof of him.
Kindly keep your insane conspiracy theories to yourself.
My bad.
And leave me alone to grieve.
So basically, telling her doesn't do anything for the game. It's kind of weird that you can tell her. We've already met her, and we told her we're not going to save her. So I'm not sure what you're supposed to...
Whatever are you... Ugh. You know... Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job.
I've
Either
never seen
that,
this dialogue,
or,
my
like
bad.
People are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will. Oh. What? But... What is... But who? That is an extremely serious... So this is...
So no matter... You can't actually blame them. It just does that. So there's no point telling her. I was hoping it would, be more interesting. But it's not like you could tell
one
her.
Fresh out of the baths, I take it.
Galerius doesn't say he'll put him in arresting. So I can now talk to him.
Around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
We could talk to him. Or I could go talk to the other dude. I guess we'll see what he says first.
We're finally alone. See me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow...
Yeah, we've heard
I'm
all this.
surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was, thinking he was a mob, and because of that, I watched him come. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, the next time I awoke, you showed up. I mean, you and yet everything you... Because there's no escape. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? And why would I agree to that? You and your pathetic morality. Nobody cares about your opinions or what happens where you're from. Least of all, me. Understand that to me, you've never been anything more than a useful idiot, and you're no longer useful. You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies. The only way you're getting this key is over my dead body. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again, meaning you'll have created a paradox. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it. Is that what you want?
I've already tried that.
I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever, until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me. What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
So, that completes the Golden Rule quest. So, if I tell him who it's going to be, what even happens? Like, we've never tried it, even though we know what it is. I'll just skip telling him. I don't know why you would tell him in the first place anyway.
Of course. Yes? Why do you say that? Why in Pluto's name would you do that? The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule-breaker. He's been trying to enlist help with this for months. If you don't help him, then he's not a threat. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted
It's
to
funny
ask?
because this is a irrelevant quest.
Of course. What is...
But you can tell people.
Yes? Why do you say that? When you say he asked for help, you're not thinking of helping him, are you? Good. But still, he's been trying to enlist help with this for months. Even if you don't help him, it's only a matter of time before he becomes desperate enough to do it himself. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, but before we proceed, I must ask, are you sure he's the one? Well then, in that case, as much as it pains me to do so, I must act decisively to ensure the survival of my people. As magistrate, I hereby declare him an enemy of Rome and authorize his execution by your hand, forthwith. Any way you can. I would think that bow you're carrying should suffice. I don't believe so, no. It's not a crime to carry out the lawful order of a magistrate. So now you're an expert on Roman law, are you? Listen to me. We are cut off from the Empire down here, fending for ourselves on the brink of annihilation. If ever there was a time to dispense with legal procedure, it would be now. Think of it as an act of preemptive self-defense. Think of the lives you'll be saving. Thank you. Please act quickly before it's too late.
So you can choose to kill everybody. Maybe I should go around. Let's see what happens if I enact it.
We'll speak again after you've carried out my order.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Isn't the Great Temple majestic?
Oh my goodness, he's gonna talk to the other NPC, isn't he? Ah.
Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow. Why? You know why. There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it. Hello there, friend. Well... Now you're talking, I'm interested. How about 100 denarii? Oh, that's a little excessive, don't you think? It's not the bow of Ulysses we're talking about. All right, but I'm going to need you to tell me before I pay up. Well, how do I know I can trust you? I suppose you're right. All right, you drive a hard bargain, but here's your money. Now, the location of that bow.
He'll take it if I tell him.
What? But I already knew that, you imbecile. Everyone knows that. I can't take that golden bow because stealing from the goddess in her own shrine would break the golden rule. You promised to tell me where I could get one of my own. What is this? Some kind of joke? I don't believe this is happening. Don't even talk to me. Don't even talk.
So you can con him in how to get the bow. And it gives you 5 grand.
The many shall suffer for the sin.
Oh, that's cool. So, if you do assassinate him, it's still murder because it's not true. The Magistrate's Lord isn't, in fact. It's just that it doesn't matter, because...
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Even if you accuse someone, it would reset. It's just another side quest you can do to figure out the game, I guess.
How'd you do? Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you... Well, I'll take your word for it. But perhaps you'd be interested in... Now you're talking. Oh. All right. Well. Now. I can't. You promised to tell. What is this? Don't even talk to me.
We're free.
I love that you can literally con his money.
Gus released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again. What?
Hang on. I have to reload. Before I talk to him, I'm hearing dialogue. Where is Lulia? Oh well, we'll just loophole him first.
What? Now. Oh. Oh. Well. Wait. Don't even talk.
Yeah.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look
We finally
so
got to
happy?
see this.
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will. All right.
Like they act like I didn't save them. Wait, that guy just disappeared.
Citizen.
What? Well.
Hey, Virgil. How much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
It's time to talk to the next guy. What other quests we got? So you can suspect all these people, but I'm not sure why you'd bother. Oh yeah, we can also do Heart of Gold. We can already do that, but it's not needed to be done. Okay, the game crashed here again. Dude, my EA background is running again. It always installs itself and runs on your computer. Can't close the game. It won't turn off. EA. Background services. Startup. Disabled. God, I hate EA. Every time you, like, run Origin, it updates, and it installs the background thing in the background. And it runs. Alright, where were we? Oh yeah, it crashed. Yeah, I hate that no matter how many times I manually stop it, disable it, it still restarts. It's because I claimed the Sims game. Anyway, here's the big story loop where it's gonna change, I imagine.
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It is best you do not know my name, for merely to speak of my existence in the city above could bring destruction on you all. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, yes, that cursed thing. I know exactly where it is. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself.
Oh, Resident Evil starts in 5 minutes.
The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument
Gotta hurry.
with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before.
Shouldn't
their
it be
time
Hades, not Pluto?
Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing.
There's more than one.
How can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one?
Correct moral code depends on the laws and customs of whichever society you're in.
You know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, a scribe from among my people who lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, "What would it take for you to eat your dead?" Aghast, they replied, "Nothing." Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, "What would it take for you to burn your dead?" "Nothing," they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive the journey from one tribe to another. I take it you're in agreement? Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead, and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct?
I don't understand the answer. There is nothing wrong.
Disturbing. And while I do not agree with you, at least you would have the support of Herodotus. Good. Never discourage anyone who continually makes progress, no matter how slow. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
Oh, you gotta choose an answer now.
You are...
Oh.
Well,
my bad.
That... Then... And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized...
That's what I wanted to choose.
To change their position.
I didn't understand the answer.
Superior argument.
Wait, I don't understand. What was I saying yes or no to? Well, cliffhanger. I think the Resident Evil thing starts now. I hate when people give you, like, no and then an answer and then yes. Like, yes to what? Copulating with the dead. I have the showcase open, but until it starts, I'll... Oh. Okay. Ow, that was so loud. Freaking no warning. Okay, we got 5 minutes. So he's asking...
Good. Would you... You are an overthinker. Well, that is an excellent... So...
Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct? So if you answer yes, he'll be happy with you.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
Unfortunately, we don't have a choice. If you want to be a part of a community, you have to follow their rules. Or make your own with your own rules.
You know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, a scribe from among my people who lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man
Okay, we know all
Helios from the... I take... Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct?
Yes, because they don't know any better?
Disturbing. And while I do not agree with you,
I gotta see what he,
support of Herodotus. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
I disagree. There's a time and a place to kill.
If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
Oh, it was pointless.
I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret.
Well, this is a game, so...
Not this again.
It's not a golden rule. Hey, we said if we spoke his name, right, it would cause the end of the civilization. And he said not this again. Damn, who is he, huh? That's pretty cool, though. Okay, I got 30 seconds for Resident Evil. I'll have to finish those conversations later. He has all the good talk. The moment I met him, I thought he was special. I just didn't have a gun at that time to shoot him. Oh, I better hurry. It's loud. I hate this song. Is it an HD? I guess. Wait. You've gotta be kidding. Okay. Change of plans. It's not ready yet. Alright, I was just restarting the game for fun. That's... Well, I'm kind of glad, because I want to see the rest of it. So it doesn't matter what you say. Oh, great. Now it won't capture because I fiddled with it. Oh, no. I didn't set it up. My bad. I left it on the other screen for capturing the YouTube video. Oops. So basically, talking to him is just for the game. It's not like... It doesn't matter.
Come and join me by the fire.
Look, the plaque's right here.
Welcome, welcome. It is best.
Oh, I gotta turn it up, my bad. There we go.
Let her. One would.
Yes.
And to what extent? In every situation.
I just want to see the other dialogue. In every situation.
You sound confident, but I must ask, has your confidence not waned upon finding yourself in this place? Knowing that your moral error...
Hang on.
Yourself...
The screen was blocked.
Everyone around you. How confident are you now? Interesting. I'm reminded of something Socrates once said. To paraphrase, better to know that you know nothing than to know nothing and think that you know. It is because knowledgeable people have learned enough to know they know very little, in the broader scheme of things.
Well, he can't be Pluto because I think he'd like people drinking from skulls, right?
Right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would...
Okay.
That isn't... Are you sure? Or is it possible? After hundreds of years, and as many great thinkers dedicating their lives to these questions, what hope do we have if our best and brightest haven't been able to answer them? My point is this. I don't think... Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense.
This is what I believe.
Or to prevent a great evil.
Yeah, greater evil needs to be killed.
You can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended, and those situations are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that in math...
Okay, so it's all the same. Life under tyranny is no utopia. Wrong.
Well, reasonable minds may differ, and if utopia really is possible, then I would be glad to be wrong. In any case, thank you.
So basically, you get to choose how you want to talk to him, but it's meaningless. It's just dialogue for funsies.
Come and join me by the fire.
Alright. So it doesn't matter what you choose. He just wants to be talked to.
It is... let... X... Wonder... Would... You... Well, that's reassuring. And the truth you...
No, see, that's the one thing I disagree with. See... He always says, because of morality, you're struggling to play the game.
In math... Did we not...
So, if you say that morality is complex... He always goes, then you probably found the game hard.
Join me by the fire.
But you can't say, no, it was easy. Because we already learned that other people were breaking the rules. And they're not even the rules.
I would...
Oh well, it doesn't really matter in the end, doesn't it? I want to see what this one is. I don't think about it.
I see. Then a word of advice. If you do not want to get yourself and everyone else in this place killed, it is best that you start thinking about it. And soon.
He's telling you off.
See, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye.
Yep.
And,
Okay, this is all the same dialogue.
So let me ask you this. Are you sure? Or is it... So is it up to each of us to So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right?
I'm gonna say yes. Oh, you can't say yes!
I agree. But why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual? I see. So you get to decide right from wrong. The people who see things differently are not allowed. What makes you special?
I'm just seeing all the options.
The emotion? Let me ask you this. Imagine you were forced to choose between the death of your beloved spouse and the death of two innocent strangers. Knowing there will be no legal consequences, who would you mark for death?
I want to see what he says.
A high-minded ideal, but I'm not sure I believe that. Our empathy, like a siren song calling us away from our true path, would lure us toward the greater evil. Can such a beguiling thing be a reliable cornerstone for anything, let alone the perfect moral code? Good.
Alright, we gotta go through it all. So just copy it all, and then we'll choose the other option just to see what he says.
So, I am? Of course, everyone would. Our empathy, like a siren
Okay,
song.
it's the same dialogue. I think that's everything.
Good.
I think I've gone
And
through it
to
all.
what So, you're not entirely confident. That is, I'm reminded of...
Yeah, it's all the same. He has one verse and then he says the rest.
So let me ask you this. Let me get... So you think of all the thousands of competing morality systems that exist. All of them were wrong, except yours, which is always perfectly correct.
Yes.
And you can follow that system in all situations, because there is only ever one possible interpretation.
Yes.
I honestly can't tell if you're seeking to frustrate me, or if you genuinely believe what you're saying.
You can literally troll him.
Then you are an absolutist. I can teach you nothing because your mind is closed. And you can teach me nothing.
It skipped the
because
text
your
on me.
position is irrational. Leave this place. There is nothing more for us to discuss.
You can actually say, like, I'm right, you're all wrong.
Not this.
See, I'm right. What happens if I do this? If I make it all gold... Oh, you can't even take it. Have you ever had goldfish? The nutrients of the fish must have helped compensate. Anyway, that was fun to see all the dialogue, but...
Come and join me by the fire. It is... One... You are an overthinker too, but if you struggle...
I disagree, actually. I think the opposite of this. Because you can reload.
Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see out there in the world, being uncertain...
No,
about
all you gotta
right and
know
wrong
is
was
what
acceptable.
everyone else gets away with,
Because our
you can do
mistakes
too.
Rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend, but
Okay, we've
so
gone through all the dialogue, so...
That is an excellent question. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation?
There's more than one. If the rules were just don't do this, don't eat grass, right? And that's the only morality, then I would win. As long as I knew not to eat grass, I would never eat grass, right? I want to see it again.
How can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one? Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans... So is it up to each of us to... Ah, you know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus. He told the story of a man... He asked some Greeks, then he asked the tribe who... From... I take it... Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, would you still maintain that within such a tribe...
Would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct? Well, it's their customs and laws, right? So there's nothing wrong because they don't know any better. I'd still think it's wrong, but not for them, for me.
And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person. Good. Would you... Well, but... That... Ah... You know, I think you'd find it. He told the story of him.
So basically,
he asked that from...
These are the same exact one.
Disturbing. And while I do not agree with you... Good. Would... And to... So let me... And that's a credit to...
Okay, so... You either agree with him...
If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people... And so we must... In math... Because this and... I admit, I am talking a lot. In any case...
Okay, so the only way you can piss him off, for real, is just to tell him that you know it all.
Come and join me by the fire.
Honestly, the questions are not broad enough. I mean, not specific enough. I disagree with this one.
That...
Well, you would need to know every situation and always do the right thing. You'd need to know.
Are you sure? Or is it After hundreds of years, what hope do we have? My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly... If there is one... I'm glad... In any case, thank you.
I don't know what to choose, because I don't really...
Come and join me by the fire.
Feel like you need to talk to a real human, and text isn't strong enough.
One... But... Well, that's... How? Ah. Then let me... Disturbing. And what? My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any harm.
I don't understand what he's trying to say.
Right and wrong. If there is one thing I have observed about rule, and so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present this and life. I'm glad. In any case.
Anyway, so basically, I don't get the point where he goes, is there any world where you can live? And I said, yes, multiple. And then he goes, what about a tribe who has sex with the dead and drinks from skulls and eats people? And I said, that's fine. But I'm saying it as in, not to me, that's nasty. But if they do that stuff, who am I to judge? They don't know any better, right? Is it their fault their customs are like that? So I don't know if what I said is what I said.
Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me.
It mostly ends up in the same place. It's essentially him trying to counter you, so like... if you say like... oh, it's saying, what if the rules were you have to have sex with the dead, drink skulls and crap? Would you do it? Because it's custom to. In their place. I get it now.
I enjoyed it.
Okay, so what he's implying is, if there's a world where you think you can follow the rules, can you? And how many? And if you say there's many, but he goes, what if this is the rules? Would you follow it?
It is.
And if you say yes, he's saying that's disgusting. You'd have sex with the dead. What I was trying to say is, it depends on what the rules are. And if there were just rules that were made up.
Good enough for me. Would you?
Oh, whoops, wrong one.
Then would you?
So basically, yeah, I read it as, basically, when you say, yeah, I can do it.
Come and join me by the fire.
He gives you, what if you have to follow their customs? I disagree. Yeah, that's what I thought. But the way he responds makes me feel like it's not. Like, I think morality is just based on where you are. Whoever's the ruler gets to make up the rules. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct? Which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing? But like, what is the system of morality? There's a problem here. If morality is you're not allowed to eat your neighbor's grass, well then, I could follow it in every situation and always do the right thing. It's not like if I'm starving, I'm gonna eat their grass. I'm gonna die starving, then eat their grass. Therefore, I followed the morality. And why is he saying that I imply it's perfectly correct? See, this is the part I don't get. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct? Probably not. Which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing. See, the second part, yes. Because you could make up what the morality is. No, I would kill him twice over. Hell, I'd kill him as a baby. And I wouldn't feel bad. Hell, I'd get a golf club and play golf with his skull. You know what I mean? If we know he's a bad guy and you can go back in time, we're gonna play, like, soccer with him and, you know what I mean? But what I'm saying is, what is the morality system? Hell, if his mother had to die to stop him existing, it would be a greater good, a necessary evil. Yeah, unfortunately someone has to die, but it saves more innocent people, right? Because what is the morality system? If it's just don't steal, right? And you're of an adult, and you know what to do, like you're grown up, and you know that stealing's bad, you're not gonna steal, right? Unless you get really poor.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
Oh, see, this is the problem with this. We don't have a choice. I don't think we need to. I think you have to. It's not like I can start committing a crime of theft because they're rich, right? Jeff Bezos is rich. Why don't I just go down to his house and eat something from his fridge because I'm hungry and he can afford to pay for it? You know what I mean? It sounds fair to me, but at the same time, we're not allowed. So what do I pick for that? I feel like I'm too philosophical for this game. Unfortunately, I can't be an answer. I have to just pick something to get this quest over with. Spent like an hour on it. Some people can't decide for themselves. Their morality isn't morality. And I don't think morality is a word. I think it's made up. It's like time. Time only exists because we can perceive it. But it doesn't necessarily exist. Yeah, I got 5 minutes to finish before the Resident Evil thing. It's been 25 minutes since the countdown. I disagree with this as well. I don't necessarily think the laws and customs of the community are right, but we have to follow it. It's not like I can say no, otherwise you're kicked out.
You know, I think you'd find he told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity he asked some Greeks who burnt their dead. Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, what would it take for you to burn your dead? Nothing there. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive. I take it you're...
Yeah, I agree with that.
Let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct?
See, the problem with this is, what he said is there's no punishment, so they don't know it's wrong. Right? Everything that you learn is wrong has a punishment. They don't get punished for doing it, therefore it can't be wrong. It merely is customs made by them. See, this is what I don't get. Would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such a conduct? No, there's nothing wrong. Or is it yes, there's nothing wrong? I don't understand what the question is. Would you maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such a conduct? Because I don't know. I think it's the other way around. I think he means no, it is wrong, and yes, it's fine. This is what I don't understand. I've gotten in trouble at school when I was 6 or 7 because I didn't know yes and no, and I chose the wrong answer and got told to go to the principal. It seems so bad, like badly written. Like, it doesn't make sense saying no, I suppose not. Would you maintain that within such a tribe, there's nothing wrong with such a conduct? No, I suppose not, implying there's nothing wrong with it. Would you say it's wrong? Yes. There's nothing wrong with such a conduct. No, I suppose not. There's nothing wrong. See? So I don't understand. I don't know how to answer it, like, truthfully. It sounds like the English is screwing me over. I'm gonna eat your cornflakes and you don't have any way to stop me. Do you think that's wrong? No, I suppose not. Do you think that's wrong? Yes, it's wrong. I'm gonna do no, I suppose not.
And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument.
Whatever, let's just move
My
on.
point is this.
Resident Evil thing's
I don't
gonna
think
start.
anyone alive truly knows any.
Okay, yes, fair point.
If there
I
is
don't care
one
about killing.
thing and so we must accept in mathematics because
Basically-
we like.
Yep, Utopia sucks too. Who wants to be under tyranny? Yet at the same time, you have to be under tyranny. Because someone's gonna break a rule, right? Everyone to not break a rule? But there are no rules. Yeah, it's basically the whole philosophy of you can't have it both ways. Anyway, a life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I think you're wrong, because I'm the tyranny. See, it depends on what the tyranny is. What if you agree with their rules? Okay, I gotta hold F4. It's too late. I got 4 seconds to catch up.